Order 10 o'clock. Our first item is we will begin today's session by observing a minute of silence to reflect on the remarkable life of Queen Elizabeth II and her unwavering commitment to service and duty. That should be our minute there. Thank you. Okay. Agenda additions. I have one is minutes of approval of the minutes of the special meeting Wednesday, August 24th. That was held at 3:30.
Mr. Chairman, I have one I'd like to add in camera, and it's a personnel issue.
So 13.2. Yeah, all under.
It's section 19, confidential evaluations.
Okay. Is there any other additions? Councilor Stover,
I will move the agenda be approved with the additions.
all in favor? Carried. Okay, minute approval for the August 10th and 2022 regular council meeting.
Mr. Chairman, there's one, we changed Yvette Cassidy's from being a CAO to a COA.
Okay.
I think we're not going camping or anything like that, so Campers of America, just under, I can't remember what it was under. There's,
We'll find it.
yeah, I think it's the third or fourth one in, whatever that heading was. Other than that, with that change and addition, I would approve those. I'll make the motion to approve those.
Any other questions, sir? All in favor?
It's an unfinished business.
Pardon me, 3.2 minutes of special meeting, August 24th, 3:30. Okay,
I'll move down.
any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, delegation, we have Mr. Hennell here at 1:30. Council's request for information, Lymar Baltran, Councilor Stevens. 6.1.
There was an article in the Hannah paper, I believe, discussing the Hannah Walter. And the first paragraph was kind of interesting, that a sea of trailers filled every corner of the hamlet. So I'm curious how many permits were applied for, and what was the estimate we gave the EMS for this gathering, since those are two of the biggest justifications used for this policy.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was under the understanding that we had made our functions like that, they could apply for one permit on our own property. So I think that's how that was happening. So,
With ball tournaments and things like
ball
that.
tournaments and weddings, and we talked about Linda Hall, we talked about Nevis, and we talked about Bymore. Gadsby Ball Tournament, all of those functions that are one-time off function, they could apply for multi-use.
Councilor Stover.
I know there's been discussions on it, but we're opening the land use bylaw. right for amendments, we haven't got to that point yet, have we? Or am I wrong?
I don't think so, but Andrew, you're a little more familiar with the policy you want to speak to.
Yeah, so we didn't receive any applications for a permit under that policy, whether it's one or more. And then as for the land use bylaw review, yeah, we haven't gone to that, but we have identified that trailer usage in all of its various forms is something that'll require some individual public consultation and some extensive workshopping to find something that's gonna address these situations.
Councilor
We
Lee?
know,
Go.
no, go ahead, I wanna hear this.
The reason for inquiring is these are the sort of community-based activities that I would hate to see as collateral damage because of this policy. But as it stands now, our policy is every land use that isn't a campground or RV resort, this is subject to. And we did have some discussions about fine tuning or making some amendments. But I would hate to see these people get charged $25 per next year and kill what is essentially a very important function for some of these towns.
Councilor Grover and Councilor Stuber.
Well, yeah, it's sort of, that's two different things because what is it, Gulf Lake and Sullivan Lake would be the two main lakes and they're quite a ways away from there. And one's dry and the other one's just about dry.
We don't count by.
Question to the CEO. Does not your ag societies have insurance for this?
Yes, most of them carry it through us,
Yeah. And when they have a function at the arena, whether it be a roping thing or whatever, it's covered through there. And the ball diamond that is, I can throw a rock to it from the arena, would it not be covered under the same thing?
Yeah, most activities are covered under our, yeah.
Quite a difference, and like, if you want to park beside Gulf Lake, I'm quite sure the Duncans will let you park there all day long and won't charge you anything either.
Yeah.
And you don't have to have insurance.
Councilor Berg and Councilor Stevens.
And I think where Councillor Stevens is heading with this is we've got to make it crystal clear when we do our new land use bylaw that these type of functions are not what we're targeting for recreation vehicle permits. Because it's a major fundraiser for the community. And if you make it onerous to bring your trailers to such functions, they'll quit coming. Bymore's one of the larger ball tournaments around anymore, and that's part of the beauty of it because people can camp for the weekend free of charge around the diamonds and various places in town. And we don't want to kill that. And the same with Linda Hall. They have a lot of functions there for weddings and anniversaries and family reunions and things, and it's not the county's intention to kill those type of functions and have onerous permitting. But what we do want to make clear is when you're living in an urban style setting near Buffalo Lake, or I suppose even places like multi-lot developments, something like Carlisle or something, where the neighbors do not want you turning your front yard into a campground, and they have to deal with the noise and the obstruction and the sight of all these RVs in this residential type area. Those are the things that we need to get a bylaw for. So, and I'm pretty sure that's where Councillor Stevens is heading with that. And if he's not, that's where I'm heading with this, because we do not want to kill these fundraisers for these small communities.
Councilor Stevens.
I agree with what Councillor Stuhlberg is saying. I disagree that's the way our policy is currently written. And that's why I wanted to bring this to attention. So nowhere in that policy does it say anything about lakes. It applies to every land use district. So it's even applies to agricultural land. If you set up a trailer, that's per our policy, that's a permit. And I don't know that that's ever been an issue.
Okay, just one comment as far as Bymore goes itself, like this isn't Gatsby, but I know Gatsby, the fire, like, people are notified prior to a tournament. But Bymore, we do have a fire department there. I think the acting fire chief probably has one of the teams that play in that tournament. They're fully aware of all we have for people, so from an emergency services basis, he would know everything else. I can trust Mr. Walkerhouse. Okay. Hello. Mike's aren't perfect.
Let's just do a quick test on.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh.
It's working now.
Mine.
Hello? Okay.
Mine.
Yeah, as I said, our fire chief has one of the biggest team, family team in this tournament, so they fully understand what we have for people in the area. But as per our land use bylaw, yes, there is, we do need to look at that. You know, Cassidy and
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I know that most of the big events in the villages, they do a special events permit, which allows them to sell liquor. When they do that, they have to notify the fire department, health services, and the police, so that everyone knows what's going on. So they're waiting, they know that there's extra population in that area. So most of them do get that special events permit.
Councillor Grover and then Councillor.
Big Valley has a ball tournament too, and they have for 1,000 years. The same with Weimar. It's been there forever. But like, this is, in these small communities, we don't have only, like, they have one ball tournament in Weimar a year. And I always thought that was covered through the ag service or through the ag thing.
Yeah, as additional named insurers on our policy, then they tap into our liability insurance. So
So they are insured.
They're insured.
They're covered and stuff, so I don't know where we're going with this. And, the other one is somebody is putting 5 trailers on a lot that should have 1 trailer on it. I don't see where the deal is.
But if you look at our land use bylaw, we have to look at it more.
We'll look at it. Thank you.
Councillor Ivory?
So, Mr. Chairman, and I think this goes to every bylaw that we put out there, every policy that we put out. Until it's tested, we don't know what it's going to be. And in theory, bylaws and policies are theories of how they're going to work till the rubber hits the road. And this is a good point. So our policy was put out to correct an issue that we were having. Is it perfect? No. I will never say that council is perfect in what they do, but we try, and now we know after it's been tested that there needs to be some tweaks, and that it can go to every bylaw that we have ever written and any bylaw that we've ever passed, any policy. You never know until you get to the testing stage whether it's going to work or if it is successful. So I think it's very important that we bring it back, and like Mr. Stolberg said, we need to have that review and figure out what we can do. But all good points and valid points out there.
So do we need to bring this back because it's going to be a major topic as committee of the whole to talk about that section of land use, or where do we?
That would be more, my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, would be that be part of the land use bylaw review that we're undertaking with PCS. So that does put it a bit into the future. But I guess the timing is ideal since the camping season would be winding down. So,
Councillor Stolberg, do you want to bring a motion forward that we follow through with that in our land use bylaw review?
Sure, I can. I guess my mic's working. I'll move that we refer this discussion to the land use bylaw review.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. 6.2, post-contract remediation. Councillor Gender.
I guess this one kind of brought to attention when we went down to Bymore to do a walkabout earlier this spring. There was a water line that was, repaired, and the construction afterward was not brought up to snuff. So I'm not really sure when this water line was repaired, what time of year it was, but I think in a contract, we should have it much more clear that when a contract is to repair a line, that the road work and all dirt work should be brought back to at least the state of where we can have it. Not another expense from the county to be able to go down and do it, or to repair it back to the state, because this is kind of we've already paid for it once, we're paying for it a second time. So I'd like to be able to see something more specific in contracts on remediation done down, that there is going to be compaction and everything with a good fill back into it.
Counselor Stevens?
I actually support this stance that Councillor Gender is bringing up. This is commonplace in private contracts where you would have 1 year warranty essentially on earthworks, and that captures if they're settling, if compaction didn't go right, if it was the dead of winter and you were dealing with frost, you're not getting it to go back entirely. So this is standard in a lot of private industries.
Council Stolberg?
Yeah, I would support that motion as well, because the county has since the council tour to Bymore, the county has since fixed that area. But then, like Mr. Gender pointed out, I mean, they had done work on the streets before, and now they had to go back and do it again. So it doesn't make good sense when you have contractors doing work that they would look after the details to get the street back in the condition they found it.
I've got a question. Go ahead, Councilor Brewer, and then I'll.
That should be wrote in the contract that they have to put up 1 year warranty. What that does is when the frost comes out of the ground and settles a bit, they'll have to go back and fix it. That's just common practice in any pipelining or anything that I've ever been on.
Just a comment I have though, is if it was an emergency fix, you're phoning a hole to go out and dig up a T or something and fix it. You don't typically have a contract. You're paying somebody by the hour to get water back on. So maybe in a non-contract situation, that's something that we have to have a better process of following through with our public works on repairing it, because their main goal at that point is to get it dug up, get it fixed, get the water back on if it's 40 below, and the road will get fixed after. Andrew?
Yeah, and just in certain circumstances, we will forego the contractor doing it if we think that we can save a few bucks and fit it in the public works schedule instead. But if council would rather see more timely resolution, because of course fitting it into their schedule means we gotta wait. If we'd like to see more timely resolution, we can always ensure that it's onto the contractor.
Councilor Brewer?
I think if they're out there working by the hour, we either clean it up or else we pay them by the hour to clean it up. And on an emergency situation, but where they bid on a contract, it's up to them to come back. Like if they're putting in a pipeline or whatever of water, it's up to them to come back and clean it up next spring.
In this case, it was dug up in one spot, so I'm not sure what.
I think that had something to do with when they, started at the last place and then went on. We have to check that tender process, because I know this has been a bone of contention with Public Works, is that, Action has been awarded both those contracts down there, and then Public Works was coming in after and doing road work, and it wasn't in their budget, and they didn't have it in their schedule, so it was always kind of a back and forth kind of thing. So we will double check it. I agree. If you get the contract, completing the road work and putting it back the way you found it, should be included.
Councilor Stolberg, was that a repair or was that part of that line replacement? Because it was a repair. It's two different conversations.
It happened at the same time, but I believe there was a fitting or something there broke, and then they had to dig it out and replace it.
When we were replacing the line.
Yeah, it was kind of a combination there. And then it did make quite a mess, but on a lighter note, the way that was, you couldn't drive through that intersection without going around all those barricades. So Bymore thought they had a traffic circle for a time, because
they're in the 2000s with the roundabouts.
Bymore getting tired of their traffic circle, so I'm glad it got repaired. So.
Councilor Gender?
I just find on something like this, like we're paying for it twice. And a lot of times when you're doing excavation in areas like that, there's an awful lot of underground facilities that you have to go around. And if you have to locate them the first time, then it's time again on the second time going around.
If there's a contract in place for it. So I guess that's to look at our contracts to ensure that we do have proper cleanup clauses in them, but I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah. So what do we have to do in this one? Do we have to?
Administration had-
that we'll next tender, because I think we have one section left to complete. We'll go through the tender process and make sure it's right.
Okay,
That's no for information.
okay, all in favor? Carried.
6.3, road bounds, Counselor Stevens.
All about Justin today.
Yeah. So, yeah, we've received a lot of phone calls, emails. I know I have, I know Yvette has, and I'm sure others have as well. So I think it's prudent that we explain the situation a little bit more. And I think Yvette should probably explain why and where we put on these road bands.
So I think the road bands in question are 40-4, which is the road off of 56 into White Sands, and then 20-4, which is directly south of White Sands. We're getting a lot of complaints, and we have for the past few years, a lot from White Sands residents about the shape of the road. To combat that, we had graders up on the road sometimes twice, 3 times a week, trying to keep the road in shape so that people felt that it was safe to travel. That's 3 times the amount of maintenance that any other road gets in the county of Stellar. So even though the lake gets quite busy at certain times a year, it's not really fair that one gravel road gets graded 3 times a week and another one once every 3 weeks. So that was one of the reasons. Bayview Street has been banned for years, but yet people are ignoring that ban because there's no vans getting up to it. We ask, we pull them over, we educate, and unfortunately, we've ripped up a pile of pavement, which is in the process right now of being repaved because it's broken apart due to the heavy loads on Bayview Street. So with replacing that pavement, and it's not cheap, we decided that we had to get the message across, and we had to, especially contractors, sewer haulers, and they haul for us also, that, we had to take heed of the bans. Since we've put the road bans on, our grading has gone down. They're keeping an eye on it to see how it does. And of course, right now we've got to deal with it. It's so dry, washboard is coming up quite a bit. But this road, we're down to once every 2 weeks, once a week instead of twice or 3 times a week. Bayview Street, we're not seeing the heavy loads on it. So I'm feeling quite confident that when we replace this pavement, that it should last us quite a while. And when the road is failing and it's getting soft and people are having difficulty traveling on it, the first thing you do is take measures to help the road. The first one is you get the weight off of it. The second, you guys are more familiar with this than I am. Second one is we reduce the speed, which could be up for decision next. And third, we reconstruct it. I don't know if we have enough traffic up there, to warrant a reconstruction of that road. It would be quite expensive. So we want to make it fair for all the ratepayers in the county of Stellar, plus use the tools that we have right now to hold that road together and keep it together, maybe even make it better.
Councilor Grover, and then Councilor
This
Knight.
is not the only road ban that we've ever had in the county. Ever, we ban a road when they start beating it up. And the one in Big Valley there, we put a ban on it, and it works. It slows them up, and you take the weight off them. I don't know, it's hard to do in business again, I think anyhow. It worked in Big Valley, I imagine it'll work the lake, it'll work wherever. Thank you.
Councilor Everett.
And I think part of this was, we had spoke, and I'm going to say multiple times, as not this term, but last term and the previous term, with the council at White Sands about some sort of mitigation to why we're out there all the time that we're doing this. With really, I felt it just fell on deaf ears. And we kept telling them that we have to do something, we have to do something. And I find it quite surprising that they're surprised that we finally did something. other than the fact that we talked about it so many multiple times. Every meeting, I'm pretty sure that we had with a council meeting with the village of White Sands, we talked about it. And then I mean, at some point, we have to do something. Mr. Grover is 100% right. In my area, if literally a mile from my house is a banned road, it's a rough road and it is a soft road, and the farmer who is there has to get his commodity, has a special permission to go out in the spring with it. But other than that, it's a totally banned road to get to New Alta, Anaheim, or whatever. So, I mean, we've used this tool multiple times. This is not something new. I know they think this is punishment for something that happened before. Well, in some ways, we're punishing everybody, our residents included, because of the fact that they're running over. We know we've stopped some of them. They're not only are they running not the legal limit, over the legal limit on their weight, and they are wrecking our roads. So where do we as council, when do we say enough is enough and we can't afford this anymore? That was what we did. We finally said enough is enough.
Right, in the joint meeting that we had with the summer villages in August, we informed them that the bans were going on, and they supported it, and they also supported the reduction in speed. So that was the mayor bill at the time.
And as part of that discussion, Councilor Nyberg brought up a couple of oil field companies that have to work around bans. And working in this county in the past, if there was banned roads, we had an option. We could sit and talk to the county and cost share and bringing that road up, or fund making that road so that it wasn't banned. And we did that in many cases because we couldn't do our business if we didn't do that. So we have had that discussion with White Sands over and over again about how we can maybe make that road better, or if we have to maintain it the way we do, that we need to have them contribute to it in order that we don't have it carried on the shoulders of our ratepayers. But while we're on the same conversation, our complaints are coming from White Sands people. It is the same as the sewer systems, the sewer lagoons, and getting accused that they have working interest in the lagoons that we've built, and they don't have any working interest at all. It's that on information, and I put it back to their council. Their council is fully aware of what the facts are. So their council has to answer these questions. So maybe part of our issue is we're listening too much to people that should be talking to their own council.
Writing a letter does not give you a partnership in any stake in a capital purchase. Mm-hmm. Just because we write a letter of support for something doesn't give us capital stake in any project. There's a big difference.
Councilor Stevens?
In a lot of ways, the most efficient way for Sunday services is, or would be a joint use. And in a lot of ways, there's efficiencies to be found. But if you want joint use, then I don't understand why joint funding is seen as taboo. And that's just out of principle. Joint use, there's a reason why this is pushed down on municipalities. Because there is efficiencies to be found economically, instead of every municipality going their own way and providing their own services. But I don't think that joint use means one party pays, everyone else uses. That's not an equitable joint use. And I know I've gotten a lot of phone calls from White Sands residents. And I understand they're frustrated. They feel like they're caught in the middle right now. And they're venting. I get that. But I still get a lot of phone calls from ratepayers throughout my ward that say, no, if we're going to share infrastructure, whether it be lagoons or roads, there needs to be shared cost. I do not want my taxes funding 100% of it. So that should be the direction that we're headed.
And further to what Councillor Stevens said, if the municipality of White Sands should contribute to maintenance of the road, get the road in better shape, then likely the bans could be lifted if there's a road there that can carry not overweight but legal weight.
Remember?
So when we had, I want to say, was it Shauna, the,
Benson?
no, the media person that came in. One of the things that was brought up from that conversation with her and her cohort there was about a fact sheet that was put out, right? Instead of talking about it on social media and doing all the things and talking about it in a sense, just send out a fact sheet. These are the facts. The facts don't care about your feelings. They don't care if you have hurt feelings. The facts are the facts. And I think we need to really start putting that out there. Here's the facts. The facts of the matter is that the county of Stettler is paying a large portion of, well, the whole portion of running the lagoons, the whole portion of running the roads that are up there. It is time that you start paying on those or don't complain about it, right? So at the end of the day, I think that's part of maybe Mr. Stevens is right here. I think we need to set out a fact sheet and say, here, this is, and it's unusual, very unusual for one municipality to send another municipality a fact sheet about what's happening. But in this case, I think maybe it's important that we do. We thought, at least I thought, after the meeting that we had with White Sands, that they were going to communicate that to them. We both had an assurance from their CAO and from their mayor and gentle nods from the other two councillors that they would communicate the situation and they would get back to us on whether or not they were willing to put some money into it. They've had that meeting and I don't think we've been contacted. They're really just sticking their heads in the sand. No pun intended, it's White Sands. But at the end of the day, their councillors are responsible for this. You guys have a decision to make. Come back to us. They asked us, remember they asked us very clearly, could we get the numbers? Because we're not doing anything till we get the numbers. And I made a point of making sure that we followed up to give them the numbers that we had. And I said, he wanted us to do traffic counts. Not our monkey, not our circus. You want traffic counts? You hire somebody, you go do it. And I distinctly remember Ms. Cassidy saying, hopefully they don't steal your traffic counters, because that's what they do to us.
We're still waiting for the ones that were stolen to be replaced, so we're kind of, can't do
They
traffic.
can rent, but they can rent them. They're a municipality. They got big boy pants they can put on. And I think it's about time they do.
Mr. Grover?
Yeah, I was asked by some of them, why don't we pave it? Well, you'd have to upgrade the road to start out with, a little bit. It's a pretty good road. And then how much a mile we bet? $1 million a mile?
That's what it's running, but there's not it's not a bad base, but it's certainly not a base like the Resource Road or the Fen Road had. So we would have to build the base, so that just adds on, let alone the $1 million a mile for the pavement.
I got a better idea. Let's sell them the road and they can run the maintenance on it.
And that road could be 350, 400 a mile to rebuild. Some of the area in there. So that's not just $1 million a mile to put it in if we got a grant for it or whatever. I think it's out of the reach of White Sands and the county of Stettler to do pave it, but, well, just pave it, but no big thing, but I don't think, no, and the one guy walked away after that, he didn't want to listen, he didn't want to hear that. But it was all right to just go ahead and pave it. But I don't think they would understand that it's, well, 6 miles, $6 million plus maybe another 1.5 million to straighten the road out so that it can be paved. And I think that's out of the reach for the county and out of the reach for the White Sands too.
Council Gender?
Whenever we go to these conventions, it is very much spoken to us that we collaborate with our neighboring municipalities. We have attempted with White Sands several years ago. We mentioned, okay, we would collaborate with you on rebuilding that road, paving, and it was kind of shot down by them at that time also. So it is also one that we are most willing to collaborate with you. As Mr. Nyberg has mentioned, that we are willing to share costs with us. But don't go hiding behind. Share this information with the ratepayers up there that this is what it's costing us. this is what we are expecting out of you, and if you want to continue down this road.
You know, I made it jokingly said that we should sell them the road, but maybe we should just give them the road and pay our share of the maintenance and let them look after it. At that point, we'll do the same thing they've done to us. How long have they been incorporated? 50 years, and they have never paid a dime towards the maintenance of that road. So we've got a 50-year window where we don't have to make payments on the road, plus our percentage of it would be, what do we have, 12 possible landowners along that 6 miles? How many residents? Would we have 12? 6?
Along the entire stretch,
40-2.
40,
40-4,
you would have more than 12
Right off of it.
right off the road?
that use it.
So what would we say, 50 compared to the 400? I'll pay that percentage, you know, 1/10 of the maintenance cost. Absolutely, I'll pay it. I'll have no problem paying that. And I think we would be saving money. And then our ratepayers could phone them and complain about the shape of the road. I'll be honest, I have absolutely zero patience for this anymore. Just because of, and it does boil down to that. I have zero patience with it.
Counselor Stevens? To go one step further, when we, especially on the topic of lagoons, the fact that there was grant money used to pay for this initial infrastructure, that's great. Both municipalities save some costs. But that still doesn't make it a partnership. That still doesn't touch operations. That still doesn't touch maintenance. There should be some money set aside every year because that will have to get dredged eventually, and that is a substantial cost. It is in need, thanks to an engineering mistake at construction, it is in need for some drainage upgrades. All of those things are costs. So when I get questioned, well, you got grant money to build it, so we should be able to use it for nothing. Well, you're ignoring all these other factors. Just because if someone pays cash for a car, yeah, they're not making car payments, but you still have to pay for tires, you still have to service it, there's still insurance. The fact that you were given a car does not mean that there's no more costs after the fact associated with that car.
To add to that though, with no cash contribution whatsoever, somebody else isn't gonna tell you on that car what kind of tires to put on it either.
No, exactly.
If the tires change, that's up to you to make that decision. So this is where it goes to. There was no, whether it was a grant or not, there was no input by White Sands or Roshan Sands on those lagoons. So that lagoon. So it's, to me, it's not even a question. It's just something we're answering, and we keep getting it asked by different people, a little bit different question that all leads to the same thing, and they should be asking their own counsel.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think going forward, what we should do is, do up a fact sheet that our administration doesn't have to continuously answer the questions. You can just please go to the fact sheet on our website. Here it is. This will tell you the facts. We don't care about your feelings. Move on. Here's what it is. I understand that's the situation that goes on, but the simple fact of the matter is this, and point blank. And if you have issues with it, please contact your counselor and let them know that you have issues with it. We are not the ones that have to deal with this. So we can talk about this all afternoon and still not get anything done. So I would make that even into a motion that we set up a fact sheet, and then administration can direct people to that on both counts, whether it be the sewer lagoons or the road.
Well, or you do the fact sheet, put it to their council and tell them to get it out
You
to
can
their
do both.
people.
You could do both, but I think it should be posted on our.
We should not even be wasting time getting contacted on this when we've sat with their council. I agree. This is wasting our staff's time. This is costing us more money. Mr. Roden?
I really like that area counselor.
It wasn't Eric. Yeah, I think he meant
Their counselor.
Oh, I thought you meant our
It might be down to one now, I don't know.
Vander?
Trying to help you out.
Like you mentioned, James, merely stipulated that they go to their council and not like we are not any part of theirs.
We have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried.
Love giving you lots.
New business. Request for decision, letter of support, Stettler Ag Society, page 4 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, did you want to speak to this?
We've received a request from the Stettler District Ag Society to provide them with a letter of support in their application for the Community Initiative Program project-based grant application they're submitting to the government for some support to bid and host on the 2023 Provincial High School Rodeo Finals to be hosted in our community. And that's for your consideration.
Councilor Nyberg?
I am 100% behind this. Just because we write the letter, does that mean that we get to have capital in the exercise? I will make the motion that we send a letter of support, absolutely.
Questions, concerns? You have a question, Councilor Jim?
Just, I was amazed like when we had when they hosted the high school rodeo this year. I didn't know there were that many cowboys around. At no grounds, there wasn't any openings in there. Much appreciated.
The biggest amount of high school and junior high rodeo people are in this area. But they're from all over. And they have five in the spring, 5 in the fall rodeos. And no, that's normal. And that brings a little bit of money to the town of Stettler. Doesn't do a lot for the town, but it does for the area.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this as well. And my hat goes off to the organizers and the group at the Ag Society there. I mean, they're a very ambitious group and very well organized, and they're accomplishing a tremendous amount. And it's quite a pleasure to watch them accomplish so much there, and how they've changed the grounds and how busy they are. So definitely, I think it's a pleasure for our county to give them that letter of support.
We have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Request for decision 7.2, trailer purchase, page 5 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is what was approved in our 2022 budget for Ag Services to purchase a new trailer. I think with just the inflation that we've been seeing this year, it's come in a little over budget, but I think Ag Services has enough in reserves to take care of it. They are recommending option number 1. Kara, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Not really, just that the budget in 2022 did accommodate the purchase of a trailer. There is certainly enough money in both the operational reserves and the capital reserves for ASB to accommodate the purchase. The first option of a 30-foot gooseneck trailer is the preferred choice because it would accommodate 2 side-by-sides and a water tank, which would allow for greater versatility in the field. And the least preferred option would be to defer to 2023 budget. The reason they waited until this point in the year to purchase the trailer is to allow for the slowdown in our operations and allow for customization over the winter with the addition of chemical cabinets and that sort of stuff.
Councilor Stolberg?
I'd like to make the motion for council to approve option 1 as per staff recommendation, because there is enough money in reserves to cover the slight overage in budget.
Councilor Grover?
That's it.
I just have a comment when I read this because I see a triaxle trailer versus a dual tandem, or I don't know if it is a tandem. A triaxle trailer is very hard on tires. I witnessed that an axle this weekend hauling bales. I broke hangers, I wrecked tires. So if these other prices for the 2 10,000 pounds, lots of times they're duals, I would certainly favor one of the other trailers that had the baby dual tandem than a triaxle trailer, just based on what can happen if you load that trailer up.
I think it's 4 feet shorter though, I think.
Well, still, you even in that case, you probably put your water tank up on your 5th wheel. Like there's things to do, but I mean those triaxles are not. They're a real tough trailer to maintain.
Do we,
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, through to me, do we have triaxles already? Like, are we, I mean, we have it on the big trucks, but on a trailer with, and I would be guessing these are 16-inch tires on here.
Yes, it probably would be.
Yeah, so,
I've seen triaxle trailers sitting out of the shops.
okay. I just wondered if we have bigger trailers, I get it, like, I mean, you know, for the big trucks and trailers, but I'm okay either way. I mean, we seem to have a maintenance issue on everything we do. I agree with you though, Mr. Clark, that is something that,
Councilor Stevens?
The one that stood out to me was option number 4, for the price difference between 1 and 4. There's certainly not much value in going with the smaller unit. And we do have the fringe benefit of going with a local vendor.
Yeah. It's just a warning on that triaxle piece, because I'm getting rid of mine. I could maybe sell you a used one. Councilor Gender?
I'm along the same line, Larry, like they are difficult to, especially you're gonna make some tight corners. And like is one, I've also kind of wondered, have they looked at used and do we require it this fall? Like, or is it more of a spring and summer work? Could we possibly buy ourselves some time and defer this, say like down the road and look, see if there's anything possibly in used?
We did have that discussion yesterday afternoon. If it is deferred to the 2023 budget, you would be likely looking at service in 2024 because of the customization required, which is something that Quentin had planned on doing over the winter rather than interfering in the daily operations of the busy season.
There's also one, like I've seen one local individual that had made trailers. I'm just kind of wondering whether that could be an option, like to search this out a little bit more to see whether it could be locally built even around here, to kind of keep the money a little bit closer to home.
If they put it out to bid, it's the same as the rest of the bid.
you can't custom go and see people. Unfortunately.
I'm not against the trailers. It's just, let's make sure we're buying something that we're not going to be buying a maintenance issue.
So if we have side-by-sides on the back axles, they're not as heavy as what I would consider the bales, I would think, so.
But if you're turning on pavement, your front wheels are skidding all the time. If you turn on hard ground.
I do agree with you on that. They just have to rotate them from front to back every other day. I'm okay with this going forward.
Okay, we've got a question on the table. All in favor? Opposed? Clark, McKay, and Gender opposed, so carried. Uh, 7.3, request for decision, Stellar Festival of Lights, page 7 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a request, and I might have got Nikki a little confused on this because, and it came through Councillor Grover, so he might be able to straighten it. They have we usually purchase a table or 2 tables so council and spouses can attend. And also, are they wondering if we can make a donation on top of that or just purchase a table?
I think just purchase the tables would be sufficient. It's an individual thing, like we set 7 out in front here. I donate to it too, but I think a couple of tables and then if you want to give them to people, whatever you do. Yeah, if we get a couple of tables paid for, probably good. I like the Festival of Lights. I think that more of the money from it than some of the other fundraisers they have. That the Festival of Lights is a great thing. It brings in $120,000 a year. It and the Smile Cookies for 10 grand are probably 2 of the better fundraisers that we have. That you actually put money in your pocket. Some of the other ones cost a lot going out for what you get back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm still confused. Is this over and above what we're doing, or is this, it seems to me that this is a new request. I'm not sure.
I don't think we've ever done an actual donation to the Festival of Lights, but we have purchased the table, and I could have maybe got a little confused on this. So basically, I'm asking council, do you just want to go with the 2 tables so you and your spouses can attend? Or do you want to make a donation on top?
Whatever.
I mean, we're in fiscal tough times. We're on a regular basis. We're trying to edge our budget on everything else. I'm not so sure we only have so much in the pot to give out. I mean, to increase that may not be the best fiscally responsible thing to do right now. So I'm very much in support of it. Absolutely. I think the Festival of Lights is something that we should support. Now, whether we take and don't go and just give them the money, I don't know what 2 tables,
Or just give them $500.
what it would cost us to go there. The only thing at that point, you take Mr. Stolberg's wallet out of putting any bids in on the silent auction, and that is what they look for, is those really rich guys.
I wasn't gonna comment like that, but they're looking for people to sit at those tables that will bid on the silent auctions and stuff. They want people at those tables that participate in it.
I want to book quite a few things.
And I've actually bought quite a few things there too, but to me, it goes to such a good cause. And that's, I think the other question here is the things you're buying is somebody else donated the silent auction items, or the trees, or the stands, and, whatever else is there. So it's, I think either way, there may be getting a donation from the county by buying the table, but anything that anybody sitting at those tables buys is one more donation they're getting.
Do we have a number, Nikki, on the tables?
Yes, advanced tickets are $65 each, so for 7 counselors, it'd be $455, and for 14, so a counselor and a spouse would be double that. And that's why I'm in communication, sorry, 900, just over 900. That's what I'm,
Yeah, so
Buy the 2 tables so that your spouse can go, and I know you guys can't keep your hands in your pockets, so you'll be donating.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll make that motion.
We'll make a motion to buy the 2 tables, and then we're expected to go there and contribute.
You're gonna contribute.
And there's a price range for everybody there, James.
Even on sheep farmers.
Any other questions? All in favor?
And the county will get you in the door, that you guys can spend the money.
And you donate.
Which it is totally that.
It all goes to it.
Everything, you're donating to them by one way or another throughout their whole evening, and whatever other functions. That's just one function too that they have, which people really support.
I would like to point out that they have made donations to our ambulance service as well as the hospital in the past. They have contributed to equipment there as well.
But with this new ultrasound machine, our labor and delivery unit with the new wards, or the new suites that they have, it's almost, I would almost call it state of the art especially for any rural areas. So that's one more tool that will make it very good for our young ones. Request for decision, water line hookup, page 12 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon, you came to talk about that one?
Thank you. We've had a resident contact us wanting to hook in to the central phase water line. They're located at a portion of the southwest of 28, 38, 18. They're approximately 1,100 meters away from the existing line right now. In order to extend the line, and if they were approved, it would be 15,000, and the construction cost would be approximately 79,000 plus GST, which could be taken from a portion. The 15,000 would be the initial hookup fee, and then the 79,000 could either come through reserves, I believe. Is that correct, Dan?
Yeah, typically council has deferred these requests, but
So yeah, under the options for consideration, council authorize administration to construct a water service connection for the portion of the Southwest 283818 West 4, with the expenses up to 15,000 to be funded from revenue for water service connection and the balance from reserves, or council direct administration to defer consideration of this connection for future planning.
Councilmember?
Just in future, is it possible that we could get maps to go with this
Yeah.
these requests? I'm just wondering, in my mind's eye, I kind of have a general idea of where this is, but how far are we away from our big project out there? Is this south of that?
This is directly south of Botha.
Okay. 7 miles away.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, okay.
And it's one of those things too, that if we look at these requests like this, if you can make a bit of a project in those areas, go forward, maybe that's something that we can, we've had quite a few from Council Stillwater's area too, that are off the line. In my area in the past,
Hookups here, you could almost make this
you
viable.
can almost make it viable, but with one, it makes it pretty unviable. Councilor General?
This area is just south of Botha, about a mile down to 38.4, and about a half a mile, not about a third of a mile east. So it is about 1,100 meters off of the 3-inch line that goes down past Scottapoles. There is a second residence right next to it. So it would be nice to be able to have this second residence kind of checked out. And this pricing is high. Like there are drillers that will drill it in, say, for $30 a meter. So we could actually take a lot of this onto ourselves. When we have come down into the area, we could maybe take this project on the county themselves and award it at that time and deal directly, see, like with the drillers.
It's out of scope of the project that we're dealing with though, Ernie, so that's another, it really, we got to start looking at these projects. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I'm in favor of putting this off for now and maybe getting our water staff to go and ask the residents in that area who would hook up to it if it came. Maybe it'll become, if you got 4 or 5, maybe it will become feasible. That's what I would see. Thank you.
Councilor?
Mr. Chairman, and I think it behooves the residents to talk to their neighbors. I mean, we had up at the golf course subdivision, what was that little Pheasant Back Estates? I mean, they came together as a group to us and very much made that a feasible situation when you had, I think, 7 hookups or whatever it was, and all of a sudden now it becomes something that was resident driven, right? I mean, I think they only had 2 that weren't, and then once they got talking to them, they were all in. So I think that's what we have to put a little bit more onus on the residents to, versus our staff. I mean, we could hire somebody full-time to go around and ask people if they want water, right?
Sure. Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, it's hard to approve these one-offs without seeing the bigger picture and everything. So I will make a motion that we defer this to future planning. And even if we do have a meeting of the committee of the whole to take a look at all the requests that have come in and to see which ones are close, and has been discussed, if the area residents close to the area want to join in. But I mean, that conversation has to be had.
Is there something else we need to have them come in and formally do a formal application so that we have it in place? Because going through the maps, even surrounding this project, the projects by Gadsby, we had ones from 4 years ago on that map where all of a sudden they fit into the project. So I think we need to get it formalized that if somebody's requesting, we're going to review it when they did the formal request. We've had a bunch from Paul's area that have asked about water too, and we need to get that on a map so that when we're looking at something, we've got these blobs. Councilor Stevens? And,
I think Sharon has a hand.
They have to fill out a form expressing interest to us. I relay that on to Randy. We can definitely put them on a map for you. But that's the first step, and then we come to council and ask if it would fit in the budget or it doesn't fit in the budget type of thing.
Yeah, and then as we do cost estimates, as we're doing these bids, we're gonna get a lot better idea of what, like, if we've got somebody that does do it for 30, well, and that's what our next bid is, so let's we start using on these too, eh? To get them so that what we're seeing at the table is truly what we have to make a decision on.
I support the motion. I've seen this deferral and try and get others work. The last water line connection that we deferred in my area, we have since got an expression of interest along that same line. So the math is changing. So it's not a outright no, it's we're hoping that we can make it more viable with volume.
With this one here, like, I would like to add to your motion, Les, that the one that is interested in it can work with their neighbor to see whether they can get them signed up. And the next closest one is at least a mile away, so the feasibility isn't even there in order to go talking with neighbors, see like beyond that.
Okay, I can add that to my motion that the applicant receive a letter informing them that this has been deferred to a future planning session, and that it might be to their advantage to contact their neighbors to see if anyone else in that area is interested in water at some point.
That seem reasonable, CO does.
Okay, so just go ahead and then I have a question afterwards. Yeah, we'll vote and then I just have a question.
Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor?
What are you calling the question on?
It's to defer it.
Defer it.
Yeah, that's the
I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's vote on
I gotta get another count here. All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, that $15,000 fee, or should we be looking at moving that up of our rate fees? I don't know, maybe, I just hate always seeing, we seem to do the incremental big jumps. Maybe we should be moving this up, and everybody's dealing with increases in cost in every portion of our life. Is this something that we should incrementally move it up? Maybe the new applicant should be at $18,000. It's just, to me, what it seems is if I'm willing to, this individual might be willing to put in 25,000. I don't know what it costs to drill a well out there anymore, but it's got to be getting close to 20 grand. If you drop a pump in it, the pumps have gone through the roof. So now all of a sudden it's looking pretty close to, if I'm going to drill a well, it's 20 grand. This could be the same, right? I don't know. Just a thought that we should discuss it.
Biggest concern is going to be a producer or a dry one. Like out in Aries area, there's one that punched 3-4 of them. They're all dry. So you just don't know what's really going to be down there.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, and so maybe this is a point where the people are willing, we don't know, right? It's like the oil issue or the pavement issue, right? We don't know who's got money and willing to put in, and maybe this is such a major priority. They would say, hey, you know what? If I had the option to put 50 grand down, maybe I would to have water. I don't know.
Well, I do know our co-op was just about $13,000, and that's 26 years ago.
So really, maybe we should be reviewing that. So could I make a motion that we bring back that to, not this committee of the whole, but the next committee of the whole, that we review the cost of our water line hookup? Just to have that discussion. We can have it, and maybe we're on the right track. I don't know.
And review what other counties are doing, so that we're in the neighborhood, and I think we're still well within the.
Yeah, just so that we have that.
Councilor Grover?
Can you not make it come in November when we have a pile of stuff? The committee as a whole.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not, whatever administration wants to.
January.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not in panic. I just said administration.
It's something we need to look at, because it may make it better, and in all honesty, it may make it more viable for these people to put their names forward to do.
Right, yeah, right.
Because we gotta look at what it's costing out of general reserves.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a motion to bring that back. All in favor? Thank you. So one of the easier agendas for committees of the whole. They never seem to be easy.
New subject.
Hey, unfinished business, 8.1 memo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just an information piece. I know that Councillor Grover has received some questions on the bridge west of the Scullard Road. It got, we couldn't do the complete inspection of it because it had ice and water still in it this spring, but we've now completed it. The recommendation from our bridge consultant is to leave the weight where it's, you know, the weight restrictions where it's at. I was scared a couple of them, they might even go a little harsher. But
Councilor Grover?
Could we send a letter of why we put this on there to Clearview, the bus barn, please, to Mary Ann?
yeah, we can draft up something, but she's well aware of why we restrict the weight on the, you know, she's probably not talking to them, but she's well aware why we put weight restrictions on the.
Okay, well, then we're good. Then we don't need.
This almost brings us back to the other conversation though, when we're talking to one department and then we get phoned, or another municipality or bus association, whatever you call it, school division, and they end up phoning us instead of who they should be dealing through. So it might be a quick answer to talk to your.
Right, I think if we,
board.
I think a couple of councillors have received requests for a joint meeting with Clearview. It could be an agenda item so that the board is well informed of why we're doing this. We're not doing it to make kids ride times longer or be miserable. We're doing it for their safety.
It's to make sure that all them kids are safe. That's the biggest thing. That's the last thing you want is them to go into that hole in the ground there. Not be a good sight. If they ever crawled underneath and had a look at that bridge, they would know what problem was. I've been there.
Councilor Jenner?
So the bridge is concerned, it's rated at 10 ton, and we're not allowing the school bus over it.
If a loaded, Brad and I were talking about this the other day, a loaded school bus would be over the 10-ton regulation.
Yeah.
How many loaded school buses have you seen in the county?
You wheel the kids as they go on. I mean, unfortunately, you're getting down the slippery slope, right?
You're a big kid, you're gonna have to leave them home.
Yeah, you got
No, you don't.
a busload of me and a busload of Ernie. It might be a little different story, right?
It's on there to protect the people out
So
there.
you always figure it out with the kind of worst case scenario that the buses, are the buses loaded?
Some cases there, but
Yeah, and there are a few that they are, but if, you know, I guess you'd come up to it and kick 3 off, you know.
you guys
Take a walk
walk
across the bridge.
Yeah.
Councilor Jenner?
A tandem tractor weighs in about 10 ton. So like, I find that there's quite a bit of difference between that and a school bus, even if it was loaded. Like, I just don't find like where the weight is really going to be added up. I'd like to be able to have a weight of a bus and then say like how many people are going to be on there and make a very decent addition onto there, like so that we are well within it. I'd like to be able to see the numbers on there.
As long as we're not responsible for it, I'm cool. If Clearview wants to take responsibility, how heavy their buses are, that's their ballgame. And guess, again, we're getting into looking after somebody else's
Micromanaging
business.
somebody else.
It's not our business. If their buses look at it and say, I'm good to go across, that's their decision, not ours.
I'm sure the seed cleaning plant would weigh the bus the same as they weigh every other truck that goes
Absolutely.
across, or loaded, not loaded.
Yeah, I mean, we just notify them that, you know, the weight's been restricted. It's their decision whether or not they send the bus over.
If you start making that decision, you start becoming responsible for when something happens.
I've got no problem with
Bill
that.
would like to see nothing happen.
Like Yvette said, that their responsibility. They know what the rate restrictions are. It's not for us to be able to say, okay, Mr. Grover wants to take his truck across there. Well, so it's gonna be his problem.
It still comes down to the fact that the one load that Mr. Grover might have is a load of cows or a load of grain, but the load that school bus has got on has maybe got my
The most
grandkids.
valuable resource that we have in that area is the
It's
kids.
the difference in the load. So if they can prove their weights are there and they want to take that risk, I guess, we can't stop them because if they're under 10 tons and they go over the bridge, that's what we have it rated as. So we do have you made a motion to send a letter to them, or what are you trying
Is
to?
that what you want? Do you want to just phone them
I
or?
think it could be a topic if we get a joint, if Clearview does follow through and request a joint meeting with us, that it could be a topic for discussion.
Forward it to the next
I think it's just receipt for information, administration can do.
Yeah, let administration deal with
You
that, but,
want to receive the information, Councilor Grover?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so that was the memo and the bridge load evaluations were the same, one and the same, 8.1 and 8.2. Okay. Not, item 9, agenda items, ambulance service advisory, page 15 of the back.
I put this on the agenda because other municipalities in our area have placed this on the agenda. It's just basically to bring some public awareness to our meeting with the minister and to what the county is advocating on behalf of Stettler Ambulance. So I know that Larry's been very active, and then we have 2 board members. Councillor Grover's the chair. Councillor Stevens is a board member for Stettler District Ambulance, and it has taken up quite a bit of our time, but it is a very important issue to this area. So we thought it would give an opportunity for maybe some of the other councillors to see the presentation that we did make to Minister Copping on the 24th of August.
I also think it's very important for anybody that watches this after or to go through our package to see this, because it does break down to what we would be losing if we don't fight for what we have for ambulance service here. And to go from a ALS to a BLS, is it? So advanced life support to basic life support is huge to our people in our community, and we have to fight for that. Councillor.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is such an important issue in our community that I think that we should be sending a letter to our residents. I know it's going to be an expensive endeavor and a very labor intensive endeavor, but I think it's so important to us that we cannot let this fall through the cracks in any way, shape, or form. I think it's important that we send a letter to our ratepayers, letting them know the advocacy that we're doing, letting them know where we're at with this and how important it is, and if they can, for them to call whatever premier we'll have going forward, for them to call Minister Copping, and for them to call their MLA. I think this is so important that, and we could give them those 3 numbers. This is something that we cannot fail at. This is, I made this at a statement in another meeting, we will be, out of all your career as a municipal politician, this may be the most important situation that you're ever going to come into. So I would make a motion that we instruct administration to send a letter explaining our situation, what we're doing, and where we're at currently, encouraging them to phone Minister Copping, encouraging them to phone Mr. Horner, and to phone whatever premier that is going to be appointed within the next 30 days for.
And possibly municipal affairs, because that's what we all fall under.
Absolutely, yes. Anybody else that they, right?
Councillor Stevens?
Our next association meeting is on the 19th. I fully expect what you're suggesting to be a topic of conversation on a broader level. Some sort of media campaign for awareness on this topic. So I fully expect not only it's our local residents, but a broader public as well. But I would like to point out 2 things to the public if anyone is watching this live or after the fact. So our PRU unit, this is, in my mind, this is galling. AHS refuses to fund a single red penny for that unit, but they value it enough that they'll dispatch it and make us send it out, but absolutely no value when it comes to funding. And the hypocrisy of that is just too much.
Explain PRU for people listening.
Paramedic Response Unit. So it's an SUV set up with all the life-saving equipment and drugs and a single staff. So it can perform all the duties that our ambulances do short of transporting the patient. It's a way for us to respond in a efficient manner when we're out of ambulances so that we can treat people. But it's about 1/4 to 1/3 the capital cost of a ambulance and only 1 staff member. So it is a far more economical way to respond. And the second part that I'd like to point out is during our last 3-month extension that we signed, we talk about bargaining in good faith and some of these negotiations. We were told that we were at risk of them withholding funding starting September unless we sign. And in no interpretation by anyone I've ever heard of is that bargaining in good faith.
Extortion.
My explanation would be, we were bargaining with a gun held to our head at that point.
The mafia.
Okay.
And my last comment that I'd like to make, as we have emergency room closures, this trickles down and only adds more stress to our ambulance because we are transferring more and more people out every time that ER closes.
Councilor Grover?
We have no control over ER. Yeah, no, I think we should too, do this. But at the end of the day, I would like to put in this letter that right now, when we go out with our ambulance, the first, and I would like that all put in this letter, that the first 2 cars that go out 24 hours a day, go out with a paramedic on them. The third car is EMS, if we can round up enough people to get in on it. And what he was talking about is the car that we have in town here. It puts a paramedic close like anything in town here. It goes there and it does its job. But at the end of the day, I think when we put all this out, we should, because this year, Yvette can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. We'll be down to 1 car and it won't have a paramedic on it. And what service would that be? They're talking about building a seniors complex in town here. How many people are in there, Yvette?
We're 400.
400 and some, 500, just about 500 people. They'll never be able to fill it if they don't have an ambulance service here. And if you don't have an ambulance service here when they don't have a doctor here, what do? At least they can get a paramedic, which is, I don't know, if I'm having a heart attack, I think I'd just soon have a paramedic come to my doorstep than have to drive into town and go to the emergency and not have no one there. So anyhow, when we send this letter out, I think we should put, I agree with that, but it probably should come from the ambulance service. And it should be that the service that we have now, for 2 paramedic cars, 24 hours a day, EMS, 1, if we can find staff to staff it, is how that runs. Another thing is that the county of Stadler also gives them a deal on service. When we service these ambulances, they break down anytime. We take them out, and the county of Stadler has been doing the servicing on them for $60 an hour, which is a bargain. And the grader has to set while the ambulance gets fixed and it's back on the road. I don't think there's any other where in Alberta that that ambulance service is gonna get that kind of service from a mechanic. I think we're bending over backwards. We've had people donate to cash money to keep our ambulance here. I think it's time to get out there and get fighting. Yeah, they don't want to, the provincial government, if they know anybody there or whatever, I think the population should get a hold of them, because the more pressure we can put on them, the better it is. I was there when 11 years ago when we drew up that agreement. It was a pretty good agreement, but we haven't had a raise on it for 11 years. How many other businesses can stay in business like that long? And I thought they drawed up a pretty good agreement, but it should have probably had 3% a year, which would have been 33 without compounded interest on it. So, but the people of the county of Stadler and the town and the villages and the summer villages, it's a good service. And if without it, you go down to 1 car, you might as well not have a service. And these are senior housing and all the rest of it, Mr. Nyberg sets on. They won't be able to fill them. They'll have to close them down. Because nobody's going to stay here if they can't get health service. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I don't think we can write a letter on behalf of the Stettler District Ambulance. All we can do is give our point from council's point on that. So I agree where the letter comes from, but I think in this situation, we have to entertain it coming from council. And I do think that it should, again, we've done that in the past where it's signed by all councilors. And I think that, again, should be something, because this is very, very important. I can't stress that enough. Mr. Clark, you had had the opportunity to go down to this meeting. What were your feelings? I know feelings don't matter in facts, but I would like to know what your thoughts were.
I guess my feelings, or I guess I can state what the fact we saw out of it was, is we met with Minister Copping, and Minister Copping, they gave us an hour, his office gave us an hour to talk to him, and it was only an hour. It was one of the meetings where the minister's aides are pulling him out of the meeting because he's still asking questions and writing stuff down. So I think it was from what I've heard back from Minister Horner, and it was very well received. And very much a spade was a spade conversation with 3 municipalities that sat with RMA there, that represented 3 associations. I guess the other interesting part of it is now Ponoka and Stettler towns had requested meetings because they wanted to come to MA, and MA could not fit roundtable discussions into their conference. So town of Stettler, the town of Ponoka both requested that they could meet with them at their convention. That's why the meeting is on the 20th, where we're invited as council to part of that meeting. That they're coming through Stettler, they're coming through Ponoka in the morning. So that tells me that Minister Copping is listening to us. And also we on our RMA for fall convention, we will have opportunities for roundtable with them versus just bear pit sessions. So a 90-minute roundtable where it is recorded, conversations are recorded, everything's gone through. So I think we're making headway, and it was really to the point where it's under AHS, but it's okay. You guys have to fix this.
So can I ask the question, is it AHS or AH? Alberta Health Services, and then Alberta Health is the ones who actually pay all the bills, correct?
They fund AHS,
Yeah, so who are you in negotiating? Are you with Alberta Health or
AHS.
AHS, the services? So maybe at that point, we need to have that conversation with Alberta Health to say, listen, you gotta fund these guys more so they can pay us more. I don't know.
Basically, we've had that conversation.
And it does, another interesting point about the PRU unit or that SUV was the fact that our ambulance association put that on. It's not part of the contract. Our manager, when she goes in, she logs in that unit, so that's why they call it out. They did not ever disregard the importance of the unit, but they said it's not part of your contract. So what this tells us is it's not just we need to increase our contract for dollars. We have to open that contract up again and say, okay, this is the other services that have to be listed within that contract. So there's a lot of, and that conversation was in Calgary also, and also with every other municipality that's sitting there, because they have units that went out with their fire departments, and their fire departments were trained as paramedics and took the stuff out with them. And they aren't getting paid for that because it's not part of their contract. But yet they're still logged in, so they said no. So that was, I think, a kind of not a revelation, but I mean, everybody sat there and said, okay,
But
because
they're
they're logged in.
Yeah, but they're well aware that the Stettler Ambulance Board made that decision to put the PRU unit on because they were taking our ambulances out of this area. So then our problem was if you had a heart attack, Backshot was one of, or East Central, be one of the first ones that would show up in Stettler because both of ours are in Red Deer, Calgary, and Edmonton. And that's a BLS service, can't administer drugs, can't do anything for pain, right? So with the PRU unit, you've got a paramedic who can get you going, they just can't transport you.
One interesting statement, I guess, that came out of that meeting is, I can't believe we're having this conversation with the additional funding we gave for ambulance. That came out of the minister's mouth. And we said there's, there was 37 associations, now there's 36 because Cold Lake threw in the towel.
Oh, did they?
And then really what really opened another can of worms up is that the contract was awarded to Associated from a 10 or 11-year-old.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yes. So that was something else that was written down heavily. So I think, and if we can deal with the roundtables and stuff, on a go forward, I think we need to get a lot of our issues that we're having. As Councilor Grover said, we can't do anything maybe about ER, but I think we can. I think it's not gonna be quick, but we can do something about our ER rooms if we push the right people and say, we have to have this coverage, and how do we get there? Not yes or no, we have it. How do we get there? So it was a good session. I think we attend the 20th. I think when we get to RMA in November, hopefully we better have some answers back, because when's our
December 1st.
December 1st is our 90-day contract date ending. So we'll be there November 8th. So there could be, another, if there's no further gains on this, we're going to have to really sit down and have what we're going to take to Minister Copping again. And I'm sure he'll have, with these round tables, there's going to be some key individuals at the table that'll take stuff back. The MLA for Highwood, Sorgensen is his last name, but JP is it, or JT Sorgensen? And he was assigned part of that committee that worked with RMA and AM they've been meeting on this. There's 52 points that they're going to be bringing forward. And he was a real interesting talk at that meeting too. And very much an advocate for rural health and rural ambulance. So he will be part of those meetings also. So that was another really good part of that, is that he put in that role and as an associate, and he agreed with what was being said, and he said, I'll carry this forward. So he wants to be in these other roundtables too. So I think we're gaining, but we need to have as much support and as much public support as we can on this, because people have to realize it is so important to grow. And it's so important to the flow of resources, materials, everything else from rural into what feeds the urban fire. Mm-hmm. They have to understand that if we don't have the people out here doing the work, we aren't going to have the services, supply the services and or materials that they require. I do think that, I guess the proof will be in what happens with our contract, but I do think they listen anyway.
Yeah, I think they're starting to listen.
But the 20th will tell us, like, it's coming up here right away, and we'll see the attitude or the presentation at that meeting too.
We were the only contract ambulance service to basically hold out. We signed a 3-month extension to further negotiate, and for them not to withhold our remittances or stand down our employees on September 1. Everyone else signed the 18-month extension. So yeah, good old Stellar, we did it again.
But the other one said, we weren't signing a long-term contract. We know this isn't going to happen quick. But we just want to let you know, Mr. Copping, we are not done fighting on this. We are here fighting today. That's the way we fought a month ago, because we don't agree with the contract that we have. So they didn't pull a rug. They did sign it because that's what they saw their alternative was. Councilor Rowe?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to solve the problem of the emergency here. My doctor, he now has quit, Mr. Bauer, and he announced that. And we have 2 new doctors that we put here, and only one is doing emergency. So we're still down, I think we got to go out with the doctor thing and see if we can get a couple more. They're going to be hard to get now because everybody's on the phone.
But it's a discussion with the physicians and everything else to ensure that we have that service. So that's part of what we have to do. I guess healthcare is so important to our community, and I guess the county is not where we can represent, but our community is just what was mentioned before, the villages, summer villages, towns, county, all of us together as people.
You look around the table there,
Yeah.
few older people sitting.
Councilor Stevens?
I think we have a motion.
Yes, we do.
I would like to either make a friendly amendment or a second motion. We've done these meetings and we've gotten, we'll say, a positive response from the politicians, the ministers. It seemed like they were engaged. It seemed like they were listening. Then we'll go 2 weeks later and have a separate meeting with the AHS. And the response is, okay, we hear you. We'll pass along your concerns, And then we go back 2 weeks later and have a meeting with the minister. Yes, we hear you, we'll pass on your concerns. I would like to request, if we're going to a round table session at RMA, to have both there.
I don't think they'll do that. They won't do it. So we can request.
You would never throw your employees under the bus.
You never take them into.
Welcome to politics.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're right. That's how the world would get solved, a lot of problems.
But they won't, I don't believe AHS would come to that table, so. Nor would they be asked. So, a good idea, but
Makes too much sense, probably, but they won't do it.
hey, we have a motion on the table from Councilor Nyberg. And we have certainly talked about it, so. Councilor Grover,
I'm
what are
voting.
you voting?
Let's get them
All
out
in
there.
favor?
Move on.
Carried. Bylaws. Bylaw 1684-22, animal control for first, second, and possible third readings, page 25 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clint, you want to speak to this?
Sure, if I can. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I brought this to committee of the whole, I think it was 2 months ago, to weigh your opinions on it. And we have drafted a animal control bylaw. So the issue is the current dog control policy and bylaw limits the scope of our protective services and when dealing with other varieties of animals. Chickens comes to mind with them getting out in Gatsby, for example. We had to go under the land use bylaw instead of just being able to deal with it as an animal issue. So the bylaw is in need to address this lack of scope. The recommendation is the county settler to give first, second, and third reading to this bylaw. Or it can give first reading and table the second and third reading with direction to administration. Or 3, don't give the bylaw the first reading. General info for it, the county settler has had many versions of a dog control bylaw over the many years. The Protective Services Department handles issues with dogs on the loose, vicious dogs, and dog welfare. However, we don't allow for involvement with communicable diseases and other animals, particularly livestock, chickens, poultry, things of that nature. So we've been having an increase in the amount of calls that we're getting towards livestock, poultry, chickens, animal health, things of that nature. And as peace officers, we do have the provincial acts that we can go back on, except for livestock. Hence the need for this bylaw. So this bylaw aims to authorize protective services to assist and maintain order for the well-being of ratepayers and animals. For the financial side of things, there will be no changes with the modification and enforcement. And it'll actually give us the ability to also be able to give out orders to people. So it'd give us the ability to work with animal owners a little bit more instead of just having to go from warnings to tickets. We can actually give a remedial order, just like we would for long grass or an unsightly property. Hey, you need to keep your animal contained, you're having trouble keeping your dog, and maybe you need to get a dog run. Maybe you need to try and change the tether from leather that they chew through to maybe a chain. We can give orders to people and to be able to work with them and actually be able to show that steps are being done to try and meet compliance. So that's the benefits of this bylaw will bring.
Thank you. Councilor Kay?
I'll move to give it first reading.
I have a quick question. Is this not something that we should be doing public engagement on? If we're changing something significantly like this, we should
Do first reading and then maybe do a public engagement. I'm not against it. I'm just saying that sometimes we need some feedback. Typically,
That's not a bad idea. I'm sure Clint would be fine with it. We could give it first reading, put it out for public consultation, bring it back in October for second, third reading.
there's no panic on this.
Okay. Councilor Gender?
Just looking at page 34, there's like for the offenses fine schedule. Like there's 6.12, biting, attempting to bite, bark at, chasing livestock or other ones. I find that there's quite a variance in there. If you just say it's chasing, biting, I would like to see if it's just narrowed down to if it is actually biting, it would be a court appearance, that sort of thing. That bite, bark, or chasing a vehicle or bike, $250. It's kind of related to the same thing, but One is very drastic, either court or $250 fine. And there's another one, well, I guess the one that says doing any other act causes harm or injury, it is definitely a court. So there's quite a variation between attempting to bite or whether it is an actual bite.
This would be a leftover, right?
Yes, so most of these are a carryover from our current bylaw.
And that was the one where the 2 dogs got out and killed another woman's dog.
Yes.
So we got pretty harsh on the bylaw.
At that point, I mean, and then whoever the individual is gets to make the point. They can argue their case in front of a judge and not in front of Clint. So Clint feels that they are to the point where this needs to go to a court situation. Fine, if he's got, he's got the opportunity to go down any of the other ones that are out there, right?
And I can add on as well, doing my research, compiling everything into this bylaw, I've looked at about 15 to 16 different animal dog control bylaws. They're all about the same for if it's biting, chasing, attacking someone. They're basically either $1,000 or automatic court. So I just took it out of our hands where you can go and talk to the judge and they can set the fine, which was what we already had. So we keep in line with everyone else.
But I can't see that there's gonna be some discretion in there, like you could go out, okay, did it bite? And in some instances, definitely gonna say, no, it never bit. Attempting to bite, that's up to the courts to see that part of it.
And normally too, we don't write tickets on first offenses unless it's something particularly egregious. So like a dog attack, for example, if it puts someone in the hospital, you're probably going to be getting a ticket for it and going in front of the judge. Versus if they just kind of nipped at you in passing, it'll likely be a warning and an order of some sort to contain your animal. So it's not like we're just hopping to tickets right off the bat.
So we have moved to first reading and then we have to take it to public consultation. Do we
Make that part of the motion.
make that part of the motion? You will do so, okay? Councilor Kay? Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? 10.2 bylaw 1685-22 general traffic for first, second, and third readings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did you want to deal with this
I
one?
can take this. So we had a concern from a Village of Denalda resident that prompted us to review the speed limit on the road that Range Ridge is going north of the Village of Denalda. And we found that it had enough residences to justify, as we've done in other areas like Warden, and keep the speed limit a little slower further north. So that's all this bylaw amendment requests to do is under the maximum speed limits for primary roads other than 80 kilometers. We have to change it by bylaw. So point 11 there is just that we extended another roughly 500 meters to cover the residences, and hopefully that'll keep people going a little slower along there.
Thank you, Andrew. Councilor Jenner?
The one complaint that's north of Denali, can we see it on that, like to what they're extending it to?
It would be close to the village limits and just runs to the north end of Denali, and it just goes by there. And that's county road.
Yeah, there was a sign, a reduced sign right down to the bottom of the coulee at one time.
We're not talking that road, I believe. I think we're talking about the outskirts of the village going around the north end of Denali.
Yeah, like right past the.
Road ends at 50 kilometers, but it is a county road, and that sign really doesn't pertain to the county, I don't think. But I could be wrong.
So this is the Range Road we're talking about, Range Road 185 that goes
Okay,
to the
you're
landfill.
right, Ernie, that's my mistake.
And right now, the speed limit sign cuts off right basically at the village boundary. Whereas we're proposing to move past these three approaches and get it further north here.
Like I was only down that road probably about 4 or 5 years ago, but there was an extended right down to the bottom of into the valley at that time. I thought it was 50 kilometers there.
The way it's signed and currently, and the way the bylaw reads currently is that it ends right at the village boundary. And it's just this portion that's been slowed down to 30 kilometers an hour.
Counselor Stevens?
That's, how far of a distance is that? A kilometer?
Yeah, just shy.
Does 30 kilometers an hour seem a little too slow? What was the request?
There wasn't a specific request, for the speed limit. We just, instead of changing a bunch of signs and doing multiple different speed limits, are proposing 30, but council could absolutely direct that to be a different rate if he so chose.
Counselor Stillberg?
Well, in the Hamlet's like, by Marine Ending, it's 50 within the Hamlet. So I would,
Denali is 30 everywhere.
it's 30.
And going forward on that, I wouldn't even mind seeing restrictions even farther north than that going through the Cooley, because that hill is rough all the time, and it's just speed that's doing it. So I know I just had a phone call from the bus driver wondering if we had a grader operator in that area, because it's just washboardy up and down both sides all of the time. So I wouldn't even mind seeing, like I said, going to the north side of the hill and reducing it to 50 or whatever, even through the valley. Whatever, just to slow it down so the washboards aren't there for the school buses. Again, that's a safety feature. That needs to be put in.
The county portion could go 50, I would think.
Counselor Denny?
The problem I see with that, Councillor McKay, is that, okay, like when you've got to take a run at it, like with a truck, by the time you get down the other side, you're gonna be crawling up that one, so like I can't really see that one, but I would definitely say like from the top of the hill on the south side, from there into Denali, definitely have a speed limit in there.
You gotta get a bigger engine in your truck,
What do you got in your truck? Washing machine more?
but you could create more washboard if you got more powers. But 30, like that 30 kilometers an hour seems, for that far, it seems like all we're doing is setting up a speed trap. Because people, like that's really slow for that length of distance.
Yeah. Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a cautionary on this. We are doing this at the request of a ratepayer of another municipality. I'm thinking that municipality, if they have problems within their municipality for traffic control, should be asking either the RCMP or like us, spending an exorbitant amount of money on having to pay more and more on our policing because it's downloaded from the provincial government. I'm hesitant. Be careful that we go ahead with this request on the behest of another ratepayer, not ours. I don't think we've got any complaints from any of the ratepayers in front of that particular property that I know of. So we are doing something at the behest of another municipality's ratepayer. It's precedent setting because now White Sands comes in, Roshan Sands comes in, and Big Valley, all of a sudden, we're asked to do this and we shut it down. In our traffic study that was done, I don't know, I'm gonna say it's probably going on 8 years ago now, this was never ever showing up. So I'm a little cautious about doing that. We had an individual in my area that wanted in front of his house, asked, and he made a darn good presentation to have the speed limit closed down or to have it slowed down in front of his particular house. I get it. I'm just not 100% sure. I don't know. This one is a conundrum for me because I have a hard time weighing this one.
Okay. Back to staff, that was a village resident that made the
We
complaint.
actually did we didn't put the letter in we got from the village of Denali. We did get a request from the village of Denali also to reduce the speed there.
But it does come back to that same sense that then we could be asked to reduce the speed. You know, on any other village, every other summer village,
Yeah, no, I can't dispute that, but I think maybe the circumstances changed, right? It was probably maybe an older couple that lived there, sold the property, and now it's a family. So of course there's concerns about, kids, dogs.
And that concern is the village of Denelda's concern. If they want to park a police officer there, that's their gig.
because none of those are even within very close at all to we're talking that speed limit to the village. So unless they're walking on the road
I was just gonna indicate that it's the request from the resident just prompted a review of the sign or of the speeds and comparing to other similar areas like Morton with the same sort of density of houses. We have had a reduced speed limit there, so that came out of engineering to take.
what speed limit is it, Warden?
There were a couple different ones.
I think it's 30.
One, yeah,
I think it's 50, isn't it, at Warden?
I think they're 50.
yeah. Yeah, so we could absolutely do, say 30 kilometers on this chunk of the road and then 50 kilometers for the remaining 500 meters.
Do we even have to do the, why couldn't we just be 50 right at the start there?
So this is a really weird road. So this road, for this tiny portion here, is our range road. Then this portion here, it's the village's road. And then this portion, and then north of that is ours again. And so the village portion is 30 kilometers. And that's why we have traditionally had this portion at 30 kilometers.
So we're not changing that traditionally.
Right.
That'll stay at
And
30.
at that next spot, it could be 50 to go by those other two then?
Yeah. Yes, that's 3 residences here.
I would be more, myself, more in favor of that than 30, because we're just gonna have people not driving 30.
50 or 60 seems a lot more reasonable on our gravel roads. They're still gravel roads, this isn't a school zone.
So I guess Mr. Chairman, if I could, so how long of a stretch are we making that?
About 500 meters from this point.
And we have 3 residents within 500 meters.
Yeah.
Now, if I have in my area a spot that has 6 residents in 500 meters, can I drop the speed limit to 50, or should we be setting precedent?
Well, that's what we did at Warden, right? And it's dropped at Schollard. Where else do we have that kind of density?
Well, I just, that comes to mind is one where we built the new road up there. If you look down there, north of 601, where we built the new road, through the twists and turns, we have cautions to slow down there, but we don't have, that's still an 80 kilometer zone. I can't imagine anybody doing 80 kilometers on it. But the density on that road is huge.
There's sections of Tower Road that are 60 kilometers according to this bylaw.
Yeah, we did that after. Yeah, there's some history to that one.
Yes, but on this particular section here that we have in front of us now, is it suggested we don't do anything or we go to 30, but if you change that. Oh, maximum 30, okay, yeah, no, so we would go to 30, but I mean, I guess that's our question on the table.
You can make any rule you want, and you can pass any bylaw, but is it going to?
Set a precedent. So
No, what I'm saying is it going to be followed? I'll be honest. I lean to very much saying that that's going to be a speed trap, because pretty much every time that you take your patrol car down there and you radar somebody, I will venture a guess that you will still be getting people.
I can chime in, because we had complaints from the section where we do have ratepayers for there. We don't usually find a whole lot, but I also attribute that to the fact you're very visible when we're sitting there, and it's very suspicious for a white SUV to be parked in a ditch. So people tend to go the speed limit. So, but then when we're not there, we do get lots of complaints of people not following the posted speed limit. So there is no really winning in that location or in terms of enforcement, and there's nowhere to hide per se. So we are very visible there when we are.
I can see where there's no problem, say like if we put that into 60 everywhere, Andrew's got that distance off there, that pretty well takes it to the top of the coulee. So as you're coming up from the north, yes, if it's a larger truck, you will be slowing down and you'll be going 60 by the time you're going through it. And going the other way, you want to ramp up your speed to the 80. I have no problems with putting a speed sign up to that point there.
again, it's still a bylaw we're talking about, so. We need to bring changes or reading forward, or what is choice here?
You can amend it and then give it, second and third reading, the amended.
Yeah.
Bylaw. Whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, it's.
We don't have first reading on it.
No, but it could be amended with first reading, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Councilman Page?
I don't know what our speed limit at the moment is, but I'm good, as Mr. Councilor Gender said, 60 kilometers right up past the last resident there at the hill there. Like, I know I wouldn't even follow 60 kilometers an hour when I'm going north because it's a long stretch. A kilometer is to drop to 50 or less, like, good grief. Like, it, as Clint was said, it's a speed trap. And who's going to follow it? I know I probably wouldn't because I'd forget about it, so.
Is this also, Mr. Chairman, something that we should do first reading with the amendment and then have public consultation, or?
Well, you could.
Part of our policy is that we
We've
should.
never really done public consultation with the general traffic bylaw before. No, we just pass it.
I know.
Well, we did do it at both at Gadsden.
That's true.
But we were doing every street and every stop sign.
But
and everything else.
it kind of goes to our policy that when we set that out in our strategic planning, that we were going to do that, and we get grief all the time about not engaging. Whether they engage or not, at least we give them the opportunity to engage. We might not hear squat on this, and I'm suspecting that we wouldn't either,
Yeah.
but at least we can say, hey, we did it.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with that. I don't think Clint has a problem with that. And if you want to get it out, that's good. That way, if they question you, you can definitely say, well, we gave you a 30-day opportunity, right, to respond.
Okay, Councilman Page?
I'll put the motion on the floor that we make the speed limit 60 kilometers an hour for that first 900 meters or whatever was put out there.
That additional piece,
Yes, and just leave
which
it at
is
60.
550.
Just a question for clarification, that first little curve section of ours in between the two,
Stays at 30.
Stays at 30.
that's not part of the motion, it remains.
Okay,
From then on, what how fast can?
60 to pretty well 60 kilometers, 60.
So it's a change then to first reading?
Yeah.
Okay.
And with public consultation.
With long, yeah.
you got that, Marlene?
So it's 60 for the 950 meters.
550,
Approximately.
Yeah,
approximately, yeah.
Thank you.
And Michelle could make a.
Yeah, I've got virtually that on the left-hand screen for you guys.
Okay.
So that's.
Okay. Okay, for the 60 there. We've got for first reading and then public consultation.
All in favor?
Hold on, just what we have up there is 950 meters, right? We're gonna switch that
Oh,
to.
look on the left-hand screen.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm good.
You good with that now?
Yeah.
Councilor Grover, you're just
Oh,
waiting.
no, I usually want to follow that.
Okay, all in favor? You in favor? Okay, all carried. Okay. 7 minutes. Can we cover off the chief administration's officers report in 7? Page 70 of our package. Everybody would have had their questions in beforehand, as we're supposed to. Councilor,
Maybe a motion to accept
a
that.
motion to accept it. Okay. Questions or concerns? Seeing none? All in favor? Carried.
Why
Okay.
are you looking to your left?
Questions in before.
Hey, quit looking for problems.
This is every meeting is the same, okay?
I'll change it. This time there won't be.
Okay.
Go for it.
So we've got our financial reports, 11.2, we've got accounts payable register, bank reconciliation, reserves, year-to-date budget, pages 136 to 156, and same as the other, if questions are to be in before, so give staff adequate time to answer. Is there any questions that were missed on that?
I'm not giving you.
Yeah, for next meeting. if there is questions yet.
Except for information.
Except for information? Okay, all in favor? Carried. 11.3 counselors fee sheets, page 157. Questions or comments on those?
I'll give you a motion to receive.
Okay. And you, I'll call a question. What, you got a question?
I think we changed the rule for the council, we have to approve them, we can't just receive for information.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I mean. My apologies, guys. Thank you.
So it's for approval.
Yeah. I've always done that.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried.
Good question.
Thank you. That was a good catch. Council committee reports, was there any other conversation that you come up out of these reports or any questions on those reports?
Look at the lovely sheet.
Yes.
Lovely sheet, if there is such a thing.
I would like to highlight one point. It hasn't come up in a museum meeting yet, but they're currently working on an additional fundraiser that will be taking the weekend after Halloween. They are going to have a pumpkin chucking contest as well as some other activities. So it should be a
Sounds redneck to me.
fun little project. And I would request that we assist with just advertising with that.
And that, you can give a reminder of next meeting too, because we'll be after our next council meeting.
I actually do have a poster and it's in the magazine already that's going to press.
Awesome, awesome, yeah. Council Gender?
Is there a cleanup crew?
Actually, they they reached out to Spirit Respite Ranch. They take pumpkins for feeding their animals. So they're providing the volunteers for cleanup if they get all of the pig and animal feed afterwards.
Set the animals out in the pasture.
Yeah, turn them loose. We fenced it for them.
Is there any other additions or that people want to talk about on those or? Okay. Council Kate,
I'll move to accept them.
all in favor? Carried. So, I think we're through the point where we'll have our, can go into camera right after lunch and then have our break either be done and go to our delegation or break for a delegation.
Give me a motion to recess.
All in favor? Carried. back to order at 1:04 PM. And 1:30 delegation is early, so we will start with Mr. Helm. If you would like to come up to that mic, and then we can all hear you, but also if it's being streamed, anybody that's watching can hear it.
Chairman, would you like to do them?
Yeah, we'll do introductions, yes, starting at the back corner.
So, I'm Clint Simon, I'm the manager of Packing Services and the director.
I'm out, yeah.
Martin Haffman, executive assistant. Richard Hassamy, CEO.
Yeah.
Bernie Gender, good afternoon.
Paul McKay.
Larry Clark, good afternoon.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Counselor.
Dave. Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
See ya.
Les Stulberg,
I'm Randy.
James Havard, Erskine South Warden Counselor.
Keith Thorstensen, I'm Communications.
Michelle Hoover, legislative assistant.
And Andrew Burchett, Municipal Services.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Helm. Yes.
Okay, I'm just a farmer south of Stettler here. And why I'm here is because I'm having a problem with a dispute on the road allowance. Now, I got people pasturing a road allowance right across from me. And what's happened, it's all because when they first bought it, there was a fence on his side. But through laziness, this guy doesn't fence, and the fence has fallen down. So now he's using my fence, and he put a gate on the north side of the road allowance. Well, when I go through there, I can't fit through there with the swather because it's a narrow gate. And anyways, I don't think that should be allowed in the first place. Secondly, now I notice at the south end of the road allowance, it's an old road allowance, elevated grader, did it years ago. And there's a bank on each side of the road allowance. He's hauled his creek feeder in there, so there's no way by him at all now. So what I want is an end to put to this. He should fix his fence just like anybody else does.
You have a map, Andrew?
I'm not, do you have a land location? Do you know?
It's on along the west half of 35, 3790.
So this be the road allowance.
That road allowance has got a curve in the bottom there.
Yeah.
So it's that full half mile in?
Full half mile, yeah. See this land that I'm talking about, it's kitty corner to a half section that he has there. And, well, he could, he's just letting his cattle run on the whole thing. That's what he's doing.
That corner where the road allowance cuts in, is that in, like, who accesses the land? Is that an acreage in the corner there, or?
Yeah, that's an acreage on the north corner.
Well, where, Andrew, I don't think Mr. Hill can see your map at all, like.
Oh.
Yeah. Like in that area there where we show that road where it went off the.
Well, that.
It's up there on the screen.
Might be easier to see.
It's undeveloped there, it's right.
But it's a registered road lot.
It's registered road.
Yeah.
It's undeveloped.
Why did we go that way? Why is it cut over like that?
Probably water.
Oh,
Marsh
There, so there's a diversion in the road allowance
just
there.
wondering who pastures what part of that
The little piece.
piece there.
Well, I don't know.
What little piece?
In between the two road allowances, I think. Right there, yeah.
Oh, well,
I think that there belongs to, what's his name? Darcy Clausen. And it was just pasture left years ago. It's never been broke up. And it's just full of rocks, so he's letting Clifford run his cattle on there too.
Okay. Is there any questions for Mr. Hill?
Hi, so you'd like to see him build a fence along there so that you can take machinery up there, so you can haul bales out of there. And basically, like everybody else in the county has to build a fence along, or a fence along their side of their road.
That's what I want to see.
And how long has this fence been in this like this now?
Oh, it's been at least 5 years or so like that. Now, he's put a fence across the road allowance. I've taken it out twice, but he puts it back again anyways. So
Have you talked to him?
I think Dave
phoned him and told him that I wasn't happy with this. And I tried phoning him, but he won't answer the phone.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. This, Mr.
That's
Chairman,
why I brought it to you, because there's nothing happening there. That's why I come to council.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is just as easily helped by Protective Services to have a little chat with this individual to tell him what the rules are.
Or go through administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't, we can, I mean, we can suggest to him that he repair his fence or build a new one, but we can't make him. But what we can do is go in and build the fence on the other side, and then basically neither one of them gets pasture the road lines.
No, but do we have to build
No,
that?
but
if
you
it's a
have no
fence?
access through there then.
That's the big thing, the fence.
Access to the north line north of there.
Well, then if there's a fence on both sides of the road lines, then there's access, right?
But his side has fallen down. My side is up.
We could try and recover some of our costs through the fence line, whatever they call that. Yeah.
So everybody that doesn't want to build a fence, that's the option?
The county's gonna build it?
Yeah.
Perfect. I want you to build a half mile for me.
To keep their
Hold
livestock.
hold on, Mr. Chairman. So I think number one, I had this happen down in my area just recently with a certain organization and a couple of local farmers that had the same situation. After our Protective Services told them that they were in need of fixing or repairing their fence, they did. And we told them that if either they took the fence, the gate out, or we're gonna take it out. As soon as we take out the gate, if those cows are out and about, they are now, can be seized and taken away. This needs, and he needs to be told that in no uncertain terms, that he needs to deal with this.
Also, if the creep feeder is sitting on our right of way,
Yeah,
We can take it.
another full discussion on that too. Maybe we, if it's not removed, it's seized, eh?
If I understand this correctly, the landowner is an absentee landowner, he doesn't live here.
well, yeah, it belonged to Clifford Strangquist. And then when he passed away, he gave it to his son Brad, who lives in Saskatchewan. But Donald Lidback has been running cattle on there for the last 3 years. So it's Donald Lidback's creep feeder up there.
Yeah, so there's not keeping a fence up, there's a fenced off road allowance where he can't gate off a road allowance. And then there's a creek feeder sitting on the road allowance.
So we could, what, take the creek feeder?
Yep, we would be able to. We can give him 72 hours notice to remove it. If he doesn't, then we can basically just haul it out of there because it's on our road allowance. That's what even the Traffic Safety Act allows. Our general traffic bylaw allows us to remove any kind of machinery or vehicle that's left on them. We just have to give them reasonable notice.
If he's got a gate on our road allowance, we can also take.
And that shouldn't even technically exist in the first place either, so we can deal with that. And then as far as the grazing and the fence line issue, that's even part of what the new bylaw that we just talked about earlier goes into, and be able to give him an order to go fix it. But as for now, he does need to keep them in, otherwise livestock services will haul them out once they can't be contained.
Another question though too is, are we dealing with the landowner on this or are we dealing with the renter?
I think you have to deal with both.
Yeah, I think we have to deal with landowner.
Well, we should deal with the landowner, and the landowner should deal with it.
Legally, we go to the landowner, and then it's the landowner's responsibility ultimately, because they're the ones allowing this kind of activity on their land. They can then go and pressure the renter at that point.
But when it comes to the gate and the road allowance, we could be acting at the same time with that if we let the landowner.
I think it would be that we notify both parties in this case and say, this is what's going to happen. Fix it. I don't care who fixes it, but fix it.
Well, between the two of them.
Yeah.
Because if you have a road that you're trying to get equipment up and down and it's always been fenced, well, that's.
Well, there's another thing too, like from running cattle on there all this time. And then when it's been wet, they've just punched the heck out of the road along, especially in the soft spots, like it's rough as could be. To me, it's just not right.
Council Stover?
Like in the past, I think the county just followed the rule of thumb that, if there, people are wanting to graze a blind road allowance and it doesn't put anybody else out, there's never no complaints, we don't really say too much. But once there is a complaint and people need to have access to that road allowance, and then we step in and say, you do have to take the gates off and let the traffic through basically. And in this case, I mean, they can't have gates across county roads. And if there's no fence there, well, then they have two options. They either not use that pasture or they put a fence on that pasture. Those are their two options. They can either rest that grass until they decide to build a fence, or they can build a fence, because if that road is need to be used by other ratepayers, it has to be accessible.
Public domain. I'll make a motion that we instruct administration to contact both the ratepayer or the landowner and the renter in this situation to have the creek feeder removed off our public property, have the gate removed off our public property, and either fence or cease to use the pasture going forward, indicating that if they fail to put a fence up and the cows are at large, Animal Services will do what they do. Is that clear?
They'd have to be on the road allowance, right, Clint? Across the season.
They're on the road allowance right now.
Yeah.
They'd have to physically be on the road allowance. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or the other roads where the gate's not there anymore. They would be on a road allowance somewhere, or somebody else
We'll
would
be able to keep them in.
I would suggest we get pictures before we do it.
I'd gladly go with anybody, take you out, show you what we're up against.
Yeah.
Have one of our members get in touch with you and then make a little block and we'll figure out an action plan.
But we do have a motion on the table, so we have to decide on that motion first, so call the question, all in favor? Carried. So yes, that part of the conversation will be fine. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Head. Okay,
I think we're into in camera now.
not quite yet, because we talked about, council reports.
Yeah.
And there really was no council reports, there was consent agenda items that, we had that picture.
Oh, okay, and I think I gave you the motion for that, didn't I?
Here's for council reports.
Okay, and I apologize, consent agendas items, so I will give you a motion for consent agenda items
Is
instead.
there any questions or concerns on the consent agenda items? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thanks for the catch, Councilor. Hey, in camera.
I'll give you that and go in camera.
Councilmember, thank you. All in favor?
Since I
Out of camera. Counselor Stulberg had one thing he just forgot to talk about
Yeah,
earlier.
I forgot to mention it when we were talking about committee reports, with Alberta Culture Days on.
There we go. With Alberta Culture Days on this month, Stetler had some feature events on the weekend, and I was involved in one of them at the museum, which was called Battle of the Borscht. But it was drawn to my attention that the Stetler Museum is offering free admission for the entire month of September in honor of Alberta Culture Days. So I just thought that's good information for the general public to know that anybody wanting to visit the Stetler Museum, the admission is free for September.
Okay, thank you very much, Counselor Stillberg. Counselor Grover?
I'd like to have adjournment, please.
You'd like to have adjournment? Okay, does anybody have anything else they had to bring to the table that wasn't on the agenda? Okay, all in favor? Carried, thank you.